Mr. King Dice. I'm the gamest in the land. I never play nice. I'm the devil's right-hand man. I can't let you pass, 'cause you ain't done everything. Bring me those contracts, come on, bring them to the king. If you haven't finished your class, haven't worked assiduously, no, I cannot let you pass. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with him.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. He just what I say. The devil has his price, and I'll make sure you pay. I don't have time to mess around, and I hope you will agree. Bring me those contracts pronto. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. I'm the gamest in the land. I never play nice. I'm the devil's right-hand man. I can't let you pass, 'cause you ain't done everything. Bring me those contracts, come on, bring them to the king. If you haven't finished your class, haven't worked assiduously, no, I cannot let you pass. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with him.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. He just what I say. The devil has his price, and I'll make sure you pay. I don't have time to mess around, and I hope you will agree. Bring me those contracts pronto. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. I'm the gamest in the land. I never play nice. I'm the devil's right-hand man. I can't let you pass, 'cause you ain't done everything. Bring me those contracts, come on, bring them to the king. If you haven't finished your class, haven't worked assiduously, no, I cannot let you pass. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with me.
Don't mess with him.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with King Dice.
Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. He just what I say. The devil has his price, and I'll make sure you pay. I don't have time to mess around, and I hope you will agree. Bring me those contracts pronto. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me. I'm Mr. King Dice. I'm the gamest in the land. I never play nice. I'm the devil's right-hand man. I can't let you pass, 'cause you ain't done everything. Bring me those contracts, come on, bring them to the king. If you haven't finished your task, haven't worked assiduously, no, I cannot let you pass. Don't you mess with me. Don't mess with King Dice. Don't mess with me.
Hello, loungers. How are we feeling today? Do you guys like the new startup screen? I worked really hard on it. How's everybody feeling today? Irish Simmer, Purple Tiger, Crabman, JJ, hello, welcome in, welcome in. Excellent, yes. Doing well so far? Ah, it's wonderful. Good evening, Isabella. Welcome in. Ah, we got a whole bunch of beans in here so far. Ah, so good. So good to see everybody. Whip. Here I am. Hello, loungers. I am your eldritch gentleman, tentacled mangaka, and proprietor of the Tentacle Lounge, Malik Torihane, accompanied, as always, by my lovely secretary, Wallet-chan. The living definition of money talks, and over here we do casual gaming, chill art streams. We are sometimes lewd, sometimes wholesome, but always loving and supportive, and I welcome you to the lounge and hope you enjoy your stay today. A lovely day for a what if, don't you think? We got What If Weekly. We've got some Dragon Ball New Age. We're just gonna have some fun today. In preparation for next week. Next week, our 1-year streamiversary, exactly 7 days from today. 1 year since I became a streamer. Holy moly, how the time flies, you know? Back in the day when I was but a wee PNG tuber. Minion of the East, hello, yeah, it's gonna be 1 year. 1 year in just 7 short days. Tony, hello, welcome. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Oh, we got a lot of work to do today. So I'm not gonna waste a whole bunch of your time talking about this, that, and the other. Crazy to think that I was kind of a ghost on YouTube. Yeah, for a little bit there. In the past, I was kind of a ghost. I was here and then I was gone, like an angel's kiss. But yeah. So those are the 2 big announcements that we have. We got 2 big announcements, and then we're going to hop right into the art. So next week, Monday, as per usual, we will be doing What If Weekly, but I am also organizing some thingies for us to do because it is our 1-year streamiversary. 1 year since I became a streamer. A little tentacle angel, yes. So, yeah, next week is our 1-year streamiversary. We're going to be doing some fun, nifty thingies. But then, the week after that... Hello, Justin. Hello. The week after that is actually, because we hit 6K over here on YouTube not too long ago, a milestone achievement if there ever was one. So, because I am a creature of my word... I will show you guys. This is our tentative schedule for that week, which I have affectionately dubbed Hollow Week. Let me see. Here it is. Oh. There you are. Alright. Shrink this down just a little bit. You guys can see it. This is our tentative schedule for the week of the 24th through the 30th. As you can see, we've got a lot of things going along. So that Monday, the 24th, will be our traditional What If Weekly, but we will only be doing What If Weekly that Monday. The next day, on Tuesday, we'll be right back here with a Dragon Ball Fanimation watch-along. When I post this schedule, everybody, what I would like you to do is respond to this with some Dragon Ball fan animations that you would like me to review and like me to watch. I don't care if it's like, you know, like Deliverance or just single animations, things like that. So we will be doing that, things there. Wednesday, we will be doing just Dragon Ball New Age. We will be doing some sketches of, the upcoming pages and stuff. Then, on Thursday, we will be back over on Twitch when I will be starting Call of Cthulhu, Dark Corners of the Earth. Very, very fun game that I had started a long, long time ago on the original Xbox, and we're going to be starting it back over on Twitch, introducing everybody to one of my favorite games of all time. Friday, we will be doing, we will be back on Helltubers, my VTubers in the style of Helltaker, in which our subjects for that week will be Shy Susie, Miss Jackie, and Little Miss Houndoom. So if you guys are interested in checking out some artwork that's of the non-Dragon Ball variety, make sure you come on by there. Saturday, we will be watching some campy 90s kids horror, stuff from like Are You Afraid of the Dark and Goosebumps. And then on Sunday, we'll be back on with our Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel Community Duel Days. So if any of this stuff interests you, you guys will be able to see the schedule when I will be posting it. I'll probably be posting it tomorrow, because I'll be posting my regular schedule today. And again, if you guys have some particular Dragon Ball fan animations that you'd like me to watch for our Tuesday stream, please make sure that you list them. Dragon Ball New Age is the manga that I work on. The manga that I am actually most known for. Oh. So those are our two big announcements. Next week is the 1-year streamiversary. We're going to be doing some community gaming. And then, the week after that is Hollow Week. Hello, Art Dog. What's going on? But without any further ado, those are our announcements out of the way. So let's head on over to the art station so you guys can see the nifty thumbnails that we're going to be working on today. Heyo, here we go. We're back. So, for today, we are continuing the What If Raditz Went to Earth Instead of Goku storyline. We're going to be continuing that. And this is from the What If Goku Had Defeated Master Roshi. We've got Jirku and Yamcha are both training on Yardrat. Malik versus Cthulhu, underrated versus overrated. Cthulhu is actually my father-in-law. We go fishing on the weekends, as odd as that may seem. But again, my lovelies, we've got a lot to cover. We've got a lot to do today. I don't want to waste any more time. I want to get right into it. So let's hop on into the artwork. I hope you guys are ready. As always, the chat is open. We have a set of lovely commands. Oh yeah, Lynetta do be kind of thick, though. So we have a bunch of lovely commands for you guys to be able to use, that if you guys are interested. We have exclamation point socials. That will bring up, I still have to put these commands down in the description. I forgot all about them. I have to do that. So we have that. We have Kofi. We have Throne. We have Shop. We have Steam. What, and this is where my mind goes blank because I can't remember the other commands that we have. I mean, what are my other commands that are pertinent to over here? Command list. I don't have the lurk command set up over here. Oh, the last one. Last one is treat. There we go. So those are, so far, all the nifty commands that you guys are able to use. You can use them at any time. But yeah, we are ready to get started. How's everybody doing today? It's so nice to see all you lovely beings out here. Ooh. You're new to Dragon Ball. You have been in the fandom for a week and a half now. Got into the fandom from What If Raditz Turned Good? Oh, one of our very first What Ifs. Making art? Nice. Job hunting? Nice. One of our lovely mods, Aspen, actually started her new job today. But welcome into the fandom, Simmer. So strange to see Raditz in a turtle hermit gi. Should have a Twitch routine to summon Malik's wife when he is simping to a drawing. Hey. I actually can't lie, that it might actually be good. For what purpose have you summoned Lynetta the Star Spawn and brought forth the end of reality? Ooh, Crabman, that's actually a good question. I need to ask that of Masako. I need to know if Jerku still has his beard. I'm willing to bet he does because Masako likes me to maintain some consistency, but let me ask him really quick. Does Jerku still has beard? Well, beard stubble. Yes, Jerku still has beard stubble. But yes, welcome into our fandom, Irish Simmer. We got a lovely community over here. Beards are underrated. It could be. Moscow's what ifs are a perfect thing to put in the background when doing other stuff. Yeah, they can be. Some of his stories are quite relaxing. I tend to put things on in the background regardless. Like, so recently, chat, and by recently, I mean like within the last few days, I have 3 comfort channels here on YouTube. They are channels that, like, when I have a migraine, or if I'm trying to work, and I want something in the background that's, like, just kind of quiet, not exactly, you know, loud, but just something I can have in the background that's just kind of soft and interesting. Ruby King, hello! Oh, it's going well, it's going well. The first one is actually a channel that I've been watching for almost a year now, and it's called The Hoof GP. He is a cow hoof trimmer named Graham Parker. I think he's over in Scotland. That is my first comfort channel. I love watching the Hoof GP when I just want to relax. The second channel that I recently found that I love watching just when I want to relax and scratch the itch for my craftiness is Wicked Makers. Wicked Makers is, I've been following them for a couple weeks now. They are a husband and wife team who take, like, spirit Halloween decorations and stuff and give them makeovers to make them look, like, really, really cool and awesome. Like, they took, recently they took a clown that used to have no legs and basically turned it into the It Spider. They're just very cool. Very, very talented husband and wife team. And the third channel that I've tuned into lately that is my my last comfort channel that I only just discovered because they do something that I used to do when I was a kid, which was diorama making. And the channel is called Boyle Hobby Time. And I discovered it because I was looking, like, for Wild West inspirations and stuff for Blood Rider. And he actually has, like, this whole series that he's doing in his diorama making called The Wild Imaginary West. And it's got a lot of the ideas and stuff that I wanted to do for, like, Blood Rider. And he's, like, making dioramas and stuff out of them. So it's a really, really cool channel for me to tune into, both when I want to relax and both when I'm looking for, like, inspiration for Blood Rider. Thoughts on the season 2 first look? Okay, Anims, I actually didn't get to watch the season 2 first look yet. I did get the news that it got greenlit for season 3 though, which was dope and awesome, and I'm excited. But when I saw that there is a first look, I actually, like, part of me wanted to look immediately, but the other part of me doesn't want to watch it because I want to see the entire thing, no spoiler, as soon as it comes out. So, like, as much as I, like, want to just, like, go out and look for it and, like, watch it right now, I'm gonna have to, I gotta not. I want to go into season 2 completely blind because I absolutely freaking love that series. I love the animation. I love the stories. I love the characters. It is a breath of fresh air to have like a good cartoon series for once. Seems like nowadays having a good cartoon series is just a little too much to ask, but Vox Machina delivered. And I am really, really looking forward to it. Yeah. That's one of the nice things that I like about Vox Machina is they're not, when they say it's an adult cartoon, they're not just like, oh, there's blood and it's got, you know, filthy jokes in it. They tackle serious subject matter and stuff with, you know, the gravitas and seriousness that it deserves. And they're telling a good story. You love the character of Launch? She's one of your favorite? Aw, hell yeah. Launch is an awesome cartoon. Or, Launch is an awesome character. Excuse me. I saw Isabella say it's a mature cartoon and me brains. Vox Machina is a good, mature cartoon. It tackles serious and adult subject matter. It is not made for children by any means. But, like I said, it treats things that need to be serious with the gravitas that a serious situation needs. It doesn't take, like, the MCU approach and, like, oh god, we're in a serious situation, time for me to tell a joke and completely kill the entire mood of the situation. Gotta resort to that Stark snark. There's actually a good amount of cool cartoons now, which is good to see. Yeah, like, for me, like, Invincible and Vox Machina have been a breath of fresh air in terms of, like, animations and stuff. Bad mature as South Park, the type of mature that kids can't watch this, rather than kids can't appreciate the nuance of the story. Well, let's see. So with Vox Machina, it's that they have, one, they have nudity in it. Two, they have a lot of, like, very coarse language and stuff. So it's something that you shouldn't let kids watch. Just just out of like moral reasons. They should, you know, they probably shouldn't be watching something like that. But it's made for, you know, it's a cartoon made for adults, and that's just the way it is. What application do I use for drawing, Goken? If you'll notice, right here in front of me, I have a little tag that says Taco Tools. And that tells you the current programs that I'm using. I use, for my art, I'm using Metabang. And the tablet that I use is an XP Pen Artist 22E Pro. Ahoy! Oh, no. No. Vox Machina is not like that at all. So yeah, it doesn't just have crude humor. It does have, like, good nuanced storytelling. Anyone catch Cyberpunk? Oh, Edge Runners? I actually got to watch Edge Runners in VC with Poppy a few weeks ago. Man, Studio Trigger just does not miss. I don't know how he is now, but I like Chi-Chi from What If. If she sees a spark, she throws gasoline onto it. Yeah. Vox Machina sounds like Mecha, is it? No, it's actually... So, the Vox Machina is the name of the first campaign from the folks over at Critical Role, which it's basically... It's a bunch of voice actors who got together and do D&D campaigns, and they streamed the D&D campaigns. And it just became this big phenomenon, and, you know, they actually, like, they make a lot of money from it, and they go on tour with it. It's big. It's a really, really big thing, and the Legend of Vox Machina series is them basically taking it and animating it. So they're actually animating their D&D campaign. Yeah. Because Vox Machina in Latin means voice machine. You know, so it's a play on words because they're voice actors. But I was worried that after season 2, that would be it. But they just said that, like, there's too much story to tell in just 2 seasons, and they got greenlit for season 3. So I am all freaking aboard. Yeah, I mean, the guys in Vox Machina, you know, they're dysfunctional, don't get me wrong. They're not like, oh, we're the perfect heroes. No, they are a dysfunctional family of misfits and miscreants. But they're trying to make it work, and they're trying to do the good, you know, they're trying to do the right thing. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Season 2 of Vox Machina. Looking forward to Season 2 of Invincible. Underused, I'll also go with Launch. Yeah! Launch was a good character. I liked her a lot. Everybody's heard me gush on and on about how much I love the original Dragon Ball before it became all about transformations and stuff like that. So I will not regale you with my my takes about that any further. Let's see, how we looking? Oh, that's because Yamcha got his just desserts, and he got his due in the That Time I Got Reincarnated as Yamcha manga. He finally got his comeuppance. He got what he deserved in that manga. I will respectfully disagree with that particular, with your particular, take on what you believe Dragon Ball Super to be. But again, that's another thing that I have, like, a lot of takes on that I've repeated ad nauseum, and I will not, continue to do that. But I humbly and respectfully disagree with you about Super, but that's just me. Anims, it's not that bad. Oh. Yeah, he's still wearing the Chi-Chi inspired gi. So yeah, basically the Ox King gi. Also, chat. You know what I need to do? So, I brought this up before. Pardon me, first of all, pardon me for clearing my throat. Toma, hello! So, I love the fall season, chat. Fall, next to spring, is probably my favorite season. However, one of the things that I like most about the fall are the desserts. And my favorite, absolute favorite fall dessert, pumpkin rolls. Now, you might be saying to yourself because, oh yeah, pumpkin roll, oh yeah. You might be saying to yourself, well, Malik, I thought you were on keto. You can't have pumpkin rolls. That's all that sugar. Let me tell you something, chat. I have a sister who knows her way around a kitchen. Let me tell you. She made me a pumpkin roll one year for the fall season. I ate that thing for like 4 days. The thing was amazing. And it was keto friendly. I gotta get another one. I gotta get another one, chat. Aw, thank you! Yeah, if you guys have never experienced the love of a pumpkin roll, first of all, what are you doing with your life? Remember that time you showed us your eyes? Oh, just wait. So, Anims, I'm actually stealthily in the background working on my Season 2 model. Now, from the distance that I am right now, you probably won't see it a lot. But in my Season 2 model, you'll actually be able to see behind my glasses a little bit. Just a smidge. The glasses are about to be a little transparent. Yeah. I don't know if I've shown you guys the designs that I've been doing. That I did a little bit offline and a little bit on stream before. For my Season 2 model. I picked out a couple of different outfits. And I think I settled on one. But I may have two. Would be like seeing Roshi's eyes for the first time. Yeah, maybe. Hiplup, hello! And Memento Mortem, hello! Yes, you'll be fine, Anims. It's okay. If you were revived the first time by Porunga and you die again, can Shenron revive you since he hasn't revived you himself? Yes. So, Shenron, his deal is that he's not supposed to grant the same wish twice. And by the same wish twice, that's the same wish that he's already granted. So, saying, bring Krillin back to life as your first wish, right? But then the next year, you go back to the dragon and you're like, bring Krillin back to life? He can't do that. But if you had Krillin brought back to life by Porunga, and then a year later you use the Earth Dragon Balls to wish back Krillin, it can work. Now, Porunga, he doesn't have that limitation. Porunga's allowed to wish anyone back as many times as he wants, as long as it's not a natural death. Yeah, that's why Shenron is able to wish back a lot of people all at once, like when the people of Earth die. Because, yeah, even though he's bringing back everybody who died, it's still a different wish, because it's like, bring back everybody who was killed by the Saiyans. Bring back everybody who was killed by Boo. Bring back everybody who was killed by Cell. There's similar wishes, but they're still different. Have to get some housework done before the kids get home and start dinner. Thank you for coming out, Tony. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wish semantics. What are the dragon's rules? Shenron, I believe his, in his original iteration, he only granted a single wish. The big wishes were that, like, one of the big restrictions is he can't grant a wish that is beyond the power of his creator, which is why he, like, when Oolong tried to wish for Shenron to kill the Saiyans before they got to Earth, he couldn't do it because the Saiyans were stronger than Kami. He can't grant wishes that are beyond his power. He can't grant the same wish twice, the exact same wish twice. He cannot affect living beings against their will. And he cannot grant wishes that change the fundamental nature of someone's being. So, like, sadly, that means a human can't go to Shenron and say, I wish to become a Saiyan. Because that changes the fundamental nature of your being. It changes what you are. He also cannot weaken anybody. He cannot make people weaker. That was exampled when Krillin attempted to turn Cyborg 17 and 18 back into humans. Shenron said that their powers were too great and strange. He could not affect such beings against their will. And when he asked to, what do you call it? When he asked to, remove the bombs from 17 and 18's body, Shenron said he could do that because it does not weaken them or change the fundamental nature of what they are. They still remained cyborgs. They didn't get any weaker. Just the danger of the bomb was gone. Well, what do you call it, Kevin? Like, just kind of, what do you call it? The dragon seems to not do so much as, like, a genie or a Jin wish, where it's like a monkey's paw, where you gotta be careful with the hubris of your wishes. The dragon seems to grant a perfect version of your wish. You know, without any unforeseen consequences. Now, what about the other dragons? Oh, that reminds me. So, when Shenron got revived by Dende, they basically changed a little bit of Shenron's rules. So, Shenron originally was only allowed to bring back one person at a time, but so when Dende revived him, he gave him the ability to grant 3 wishes. He can revive multiple people at once, but if he does that, he can only grant 2 wishes because it takes too much power. And he still cannot revive the same person more than once. Like, specifically. Porunga, however, has very, very little restrictions. Porunga is able to revive multiple people at once. Initially, he was only able to revive, like, one person at a time. The recharge time of the Namekian Dragon Balls is much shorter. He can grant 3 wishes, and, he can bring people back as many times as he pleases. He is not bound by the only one death revival. Wondering how long it would take for somebody to remember they can physically kill the dragon like Piccolo did. Yeah. Piccolo is literally the only one who's ever killed the dragon before. Yeah, in the original Dragon Ball, when King Piccolo wished for his youth back, before the dragon could leave, Piccolo actually killed Shenron. In order to keep anybody from gathering the Dragon Balls back up and wishing, you know, for anything to get him out of power or anything. The Dragon Balls were literally the only thing he was afraid of after the Mafuba was gone, that he killed Shenron. And then he got murked by Goku. Yep. And if I'm not mistaken, I think... If I'm not mistaken, didn't Zamasu didn't kill Zalama himself. He did destroy the Super Dragon Balls, though, to keep anybody from using the Super Dragon Balls again. At least in his timeline. With Super Shenron aside, strongest to weakest of the dragons? Strongest is Black Star Shenron, followed by Porunga, followed by, let's see. Those are definitely the top 2 strongest. I'd still say that Shenron is probably at the bottom of the strength list because they still actually try to use rules with him. And then that new, the new dragon, the Cerulean dragon, is probably a step above him. Yeah, the Super Dragon Balls have literally 0 restrictions. They grant literally only one, they grant one absolutely perfect wish. Tarambo, yeah. But yeah, the Super Dragon Balls have 0 restrictions. Except the only restriction is you have to speak the wish in the language of the gods. It is a bit of a monkey's paw, but the fact of the matter is that the Cerulean Dragon is able to grant wishes he normally shouldn't be able to grant. He shouldn't be able to grant wishes, but he basically has a trade-off system, which makes his wishes stronger. How many dragons are there? Yeah, the Cerulean Dragon, like I said, he He's stronger because he can do things that Shenron isn't allowed to do. Let's see. How many dragons are there? So there's Super Shenron. There's, Black Star Shenron. Tarambo. Porunga. The original Shenron. And if you want to count them, the 7 Shadow Dragons. Oh, and there's also Evil Shenron from Dragon Ball Heroes. Oh, and Black Smoke Shenron. Do I like the idea of the Super Dragon Balls bringing back the Lost Universes? Not really. So yeah, let's see. So Super Shenron, Black Star Shenron, Black Smoke Shenron, Evil Shenron, Porunga, Harambo, and regular Shenron. So seven wish granting, or like dragons that actually come from all the Dragon Balls that grant wishes, and then 7 if you include the Shadow Dragons. Goku fused with Shenron? It's still just Shenron. It's not a different Shenron. All right, JJ, thank you for coming out, friendo. So yeah, 7 if you include wish-granting if you only count the wish-granting dragons, 14 if you include the Shadow Dragons. Plus the Cerulean Dragon. The Cerulean Dragon Tarambo is actually even more broken, because 1, he can grant wishes that the regular Shenron can't with the monkey's paw aspect, and 2, he has no recharge time. He can literally make wishes the same day he already granted another wish, as long as you can find the 2 Dragon Balls. Milkman Catcher, hello! Yeah, and there's only 2 Cerulean Dragon Balls, not 7. Oh, I'm doing wonderful, Milkman. Was it filler that Kami originally had 1 Dragon Ball, but people fought over it? Yeah, that was, that's filler lore. Alright. I think that's good, chat. I think now we can move on to coloring. What I'm gonna do is... I'm sure I actually have... Not Daniel, hello! Going pretty good. You wonder how the creations of Dragon Balls work? Apparently, it takes, I believe, 100 days to make Dragon Balls from scratch. But we've never, like, seen the actual process. Let's see. I know I have one in here. Well, David, that's been one of my overwhelming gripes with Super, is the fact that they try to make everything too easy. They make everything too spammable. You know, originally the Room of Spirit and Time, you could only use it for 2 years, lifelong, or the room would disappear. Dragon Ball Super, nah, go ahead and use it as long as you want. You know? The Dragon Balls used to have a bunch of rules and a bunch of consequences and stuff like that. Even the Elder, you know, the Elder Kaioshin kept warning you about, like, all the consequences and stuff that from using the Dragon Balls and abusing them like that. Nah, just go ahead and spam the Dragon Balls all you want. Daishinkan versus Sun Nick, who wins? Sun Nick, probably. Judging by the way that the frickin' author who created him wanked him. Sun Nick could bend reality just by transforming. Yeah, Minaito is weaker than Kami, so he gave his dragon a bunch of different abilities to supplant its wish-granting power. Let's see. Where is it? I know I have one of this version of Raditz and Goku. Just give me a second, chat. I'm trying to find the one thumbnail I did that has this version of Raditz and Goku on it. That way I can color pick a little bit more. The only good thing about GT is the misuse of the Dragon Balls has actually caught up to them. It's one of the good things about GT. GT actually has a bunch of really good ideas and stuff. They did it all poorly is the problem. And, you know, quite frankly, it's a lot of the same things with Dragon Ball Super. Dragon Ball Super has a lot of really good ideas. Just do them badly. Where is that thumbnail? Dang it. I know I have it. I mean, if worse comes to worse, I'll just open up, like, you know... I'll open up a picture of Goku and a picture of, Chi-Chi, so I can get the, color sampling right. But I know I have one here. And it would just be easier if I can use that one. There it is. Alright, now we can move on to the coloring. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah, that was basically why they turned Goku back into a kid, because they were just basically trying to... So, GT had a problem with trying to revisit OG Dragon Ball too much. Super has an issue with trying to revisit Dragon Ball Z too much. Yeah, and Pan actually isn't quite as annoying in the Japanese version. Since you did say that Toriyama provides notes and bullet points, then that means we can reinterpret those bullet points and make the story and execution better, maybe? It's possible. I mean, I'm sure if I had access to the notes that Toriyama gives Toei Animation and Toyotaro, I'm sure I could come up with something. Oh yeah, Daniel, I'm not arguing that with you at all. The superhero movie was actually really good. I liked it a lot. How's my day going? My day is going pretty well, Angel. I actually got up at a relatively decent hour. I was able to do some stuff for my layout and my Twitch. I started learning DaVinci Resolve so I could start doing some video editing. Not heavy video editing just yet, but just light because I just barely got started with it. Walmart is selling the Dragon Ball Super manga? Well, yeah, I mean, they gotta try and sell it somehow. It's not selling particularly well, even in Japan. Like, you think Dragon Ball Super gets a somewhat frosty reception over here? It is way worse in Japan. Yeah, there was a time when Dragon Ball, if it was a Dragon Ball manga, it was in the top 10 of all manga sellers. Now, I think like sometimes it's barely in the top 50. Hello, Rex. I'm doing pretty well. How are you? Welcome on in. Welcome on in. Now, really quickly, my artwork is perfect down to a cell? No. No. Really quick, I need to pull up an image of Chi-Chi. Okay, so her belt and everything was the same. Okay. Then I'll also do red here. You feel like the manga would be way better if the anime and movie can't... Okay, so, Milkman, I'll be honest. The issues that Dragon Ball Super, both the anime and the manga have, has nothing to do with what is canon or what's not. The issue is that it's Dragon Ball, but it's not being written by Toriyama. That's the problem. It has nothing to do with what's canon. It's just... It's an issue with the people who are actually writing the story. Because Toriyama is just providing bullet points from it. The creation of Dragon Ball Super now is way different than it was when Dragon Ball was in circulation. Because the way it used to work is that Toriyama would do the manga, and then the animation studio would adapt the manga. Now, Toriyama gives bullet points to Toyotaro and Toei Animation. Just basically, this is A, B, C, and D that you have to include in the story. And then that's it. Then it's up to Toyotaro and up to Toei Animation to fill in the gaps. That's why it's two things that are totally different. They have similar story beats. You know, that's why what you can do is if you look between the anime and the manga, if anything like overlaps and happens the same way in both, you can tell that was something that Toriyama said, well, this is the way it's going to happen. And then all the finer details around it are up to everybody else. That's why the final three or the final four of the Tournament of Power, Jiren, Goku, Frieza, 17. And Jiren, Goku, and Frieza all get eliminated at once, and 17 is the last one remaining. That's the same in both the anime and the manga. It's just how they got there is a little bit different. And the problem the anime that the manga has is that, you know, for all of his talent, Toyotaro is not Toriyama. He's not. He can draw similarly to Toriyama, but he's not a Toriyama level writer, and he still has issues of his own when it comes to being a manga artist. How's it going? It's going good, Alex. Yeah, there's been this massive misconception that for whatever reason, people are still under the assumption that Toriyama writes all of Dragon Ball Super, and he doesn't. Definitely not a Toriyama level panelist. That is 110% true. Toyotaro has a lot of different strength. He's a good artist, but he is not at the level of Toriyama. Well, thank you, Isabella. Toriyama had been in the manga business for 40 years. It's very hard to get his writing. Yeah, you can't... nobody's ever going to be able to duplicate Toriyama's writing ability 100%. People can get close, and I have talked about certain people who are way closer to his style of writing than Toyotaro is, but Toyotaro is who we have. There are definitely artists out there who get his style of writing and humor a lot better than Toyotaro does. But I don't make the decisions. Oh no, Dragon Ball Super's version of Goku is definitely flanderized in comparison to his original. They have made him way too... They have definitely dumbed him down and made him infinitely more naive than he was. Goku has always been naive, don't get me wrong, but he did grow and he does smarten up. The version of him in Super is definitely a more flanderized and dumbed down version of himself. That's not really disputable. They've definitely 100% dialed up his naivete and his lack of grace socially. Because, like, if you watch it, if you, like, watch the Dragon Ball Super movies, he definitely feels like Goku. In the anime and the manga, though, oh my god, did they dial up his, like, his ditziness and his lightheadedness. Yeah, see, Dragon Ball SD is written by Toriyama's original, handpicked successor. Because, spoiler alert, Toriyama did not pick Toyotaro. That is a myth. Toriyama had, in fact, picked a handpicked successor years before. And her name, yes, her name, was Naho Ueshi. And she was the author of Yo Son Goku and His Friends Return, and is the current author of Dragon Ball SD. What happened? So, what happened with how Toyotaro basically fell into the lap of Dragon Ball Super was Toyotaro got hired to do the Dragon Ball Heroes, the Victory Mission manga. And that was where Toyotaro was already developing a couple of bad habits with his art. But the Dragon Ball Heroes Victory Mission manga was where he developed a lot more bad habits that he still has yet to break. So he was already working for Shueisha doing these short mangas for Jump before the Dragon Ball Super manga.
Hey friend, love your drawings. I have a few questions. Favorite MasakoX what if to draw? Favorite Dragon Ball New Age moment? Lastly, favorite food?
Ooh, bunches of good questions. Thank you for the super chat, Mango Tree. Let's see. I will get back to what I was saying in a second. Few questions. Favorite MasakoX what if to draw? I really had a fun time doing the whole what if Raditz turned good. And then I just in particular like some different individual things like designing Celine and a few other things. Favorite Dragon Ball New Age moment? Probably the entire fight between Rigger and Gogeta. In the definitive edition, though, I would have to say my close second is when Bulma goes up to slap Rigger, and then Sapari catches her hand and says, "If you touch my husband, I'll kill you." And then lastly, favorite food, Nero hit it right on the head. My favorite food is donuts. I love my donuts. I'm also a big fan of pizza. But donuts are my jam. But yeah, so like I was saying, Toyotaro picked up a lot of bad habits doing the Dragon Ball Heroes Victory Mission manga. And when they decided to do the Dragon Ball Super manga, they basically said, "Hey, we've got this guy right here, and everybody knows him. Wouldn't it be really cool if we had the guy who drew Dragon Ball AF do the official series? Wouldn't that be nifty? That'll get us all kinds of buzz and press." And that's what they did. So Toriyama didn't quote-unquote hand-pick Toyotaro. Toyotaro just kind of fell into it. The definitive edition? Yeah, Angel. I've redrawn Dragon Ball New Age a handful of times, but the version that I'm doing now is called my definitive edition. It's basically the way that I wanted the story to be from the start. I just didn't have the skill to write it that way. Let's see. But yeah, the only time I've ever known Toriyama to actually, like, pick an actual artist to be his successor was Naho Ueshi. Let's see. Do you think the chapter length of today's Dragon Ball manga is one of the downsides compared to back then? Definitely. Absolutely. So, when Toriyama was doing Dragon Ball, it was weekly. He was doing 16 pages a week. Well, between 14 and 16 pages a week. Now, like, Toyotaro, he takes upwards of a month to do, like, 30 plus pages, basically. And what this does is, so when it was weekly, it's fresher in your mind, and the story picks up and progresses faster. Now you get a whole big chapter, then you have to wait 30 plus days for the next one, and during that 30 plus days, everybody will scrutinize literally everything about the chapter. So yes, the whole releasing it as bigger chapters, but less frequently, is another one of the big issues that the Super manga has. But the thing is that Toriyama was a machine. Toriyama was a machine. He was not only doing the manga, he was also doing stuff for Dragon Quest. He was doing other manga stuff. He was doing character design for different video games and things like that. And he was providing character sketches and ideas for the anime and the movies. Toriyama was a machine. They do not make them like him anymore. Could I color Goku's eyes red for a second to see what Beast Goku would look like? Sure. There you go. Not really different from how they originally colored Super Saiyan eyes. Oop. Yeah, like, what do you call it? Toriyama was working on Dragon Ball, but he was also doing, like, one-shot mangas on the side as well. He was a machine. Not a lot of people work like him anymore. Wasn't Goku Super Saiyanized red at some point before and the hair was white? Yeah, so like when Toriyama originally did the manga, he would occasionally color some chapters. But because he used a very limited color palette, he didn't do things like this. He used like maybe like 5 colors at once because it was just cheaper to print fewer colors. In a couple of the different scenes, he actually did Goku with basically all white hair and red eyes. The red eyes thing is actually something that I incorporated into True Super Saiyan in Dragon Ball New Age. I need to open up a thing of... There we go. This'll work. The whole white Super Saiyan hair is also why you tend to see me use this lighter shade of yellow when I draw, when I color in Super Saiyan hair rather than that bright yellow. This is more of a blonde color. Oh dear God, my alien boyfriend came back as a delinquent. I'm a fan of any writer regardless of gender, as long as they're good writers. I don't care what gender you are, I don't care what race you are, I don't care what nationality you are, as long as what you're writing is good. Did Toriyama ever say anything about the colors he personally wanted for Super Saiyan, and that's why Toei made it gold and teal? Not that I'm aware. It's possible. I just know that, like, a lot of the things that Toriyama did because he had, like, limited color palettes, didn't translate over. But, like, one of the things that, like, didn't transfer over from the manga that gets brought up repeatedly and I talk about it a lot, is this. The color of the Goku-gi. In the anime, it's that, like, reddish-orange color, but in the manga, it's been specifically stated to be golden yellow. So that's why I use the golden yellow color. Here we go. Now for this one, what we're gonna do is I'm not gonna put an aura around these guys because I want Masako to be able to do whatever he wants with it, but what I am gonna do is I'm going to color these guys as though they do have an aura. Oh, wait a minute, wait. Wrong thing, there we go. You love my coloring? Thank you! I've been working hard to try and improve my coloring because I've always felt like it's one of my weaker points of my artwork. But doing these thumbnails and stuff for Masako is has really helped. A bunch of the artwork and stuff that I've been doing since I became basically a professional commission artist has actually done wonders to help my art and my coloring ability. Like, don't get me wrong, there are certainly better colorists and stuff out there. But I think for this style of art that I do, in particular, like this Dragon Ball style, I think I've got like a decent color style for it. And let me just say, I really do appreciate you guys coming and hanging out. I appreciate it when you guys come here, you hang out, you keep my chat moving along. That lets me know that you guys are engaged. You're enjoying the conversations and stuff that we have. That means a lot, and I appreciate it. It's because of you guys that I've been able to do this stuff for over a year. That's another big reason why, like, our, the streamiversary is basically just a big community celebration. Because you guys are basically what made all this happen. You guys are the reason we're at 6K over here, why we're approaching 600 over on Twitch. I don't get this. I don't get where I'm at right now without you guys. All right, Mordum, thank you for coming and hanging out, my friend. I appreciate it. Thank you. Please, please, please come back again. Right there. Yeah, Masako and his what ifs have had a definite big impact on the fandom, which is why most of like the Radix-centric fanfics from the time that Masako started doing the what ifs are like, they basically ape a lot of what he's done already. Well, thank you, Irish. I have trained and worked long and hard to get where I am at. I still have room to improve, like every artist does. I learn every day. But I'm doing my best. Oh yeah, there's a bunch of those, Isabella. Oh. There we go. Well, in this universe, Raditz has used the power pole. Power pole was Raditz's weapon in this universe. Or as it's referred to in the manga, the Noibo. Right here. There we go. I just need to... There we go. We got the first layer of shading done on Raditz. Now we need to get the layer of shading done on Kakarot. About to hit the 2-hour mark over here. Well, David, that's one reason why I said that I enjoy traditional Dragon Ball more than I enjoy Dragon Ball Z, because that's where, like, that, you know, more weapon usage and techniques and stuff were more prevalent, was in that version of Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball Z and up, it's all about your power level and your transformations. If you're using a weapon, you're a chode. Why is it so cool that Trunks had a sword? Well, he had a sword because it made him stand out from the rest of everybody until, you know, he basically stopped using it. And, like, he had it IRL because at the time, Toriyama was really big on his Dragon Quest designs. And he basically got the inspiration to give him a sword from all the designs for Dragon Quest that he was doing at the time, where all of the protagonists had, you know, medieval weapons like that. Oh. I mean, let's be honest. Trunks doesn't need to use the sword. He's using it because it's part of his aesthetic. But that sword, honestly, is about as useful as, like, a bag of hammers. If we're being totally honest. It's cool, but in the world of Dragon Ball, its practicality is very, very limited. I mean, the Z sword wasn't even powerful. The Z sword was just heavy. And the reason it was so quote-unquote powerful is because of what it housed, not because of what it was.
You are doing a good job, dude. I love the picture of Goku in this stream.
Oh, Nerd King, thank you. Thank you for your red super chat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, this version of Kakarot's looking pretty snazzy. Thank you, Jake. We're trying. We're doing our best to make it look pretty cool. Coming out good so far. Become one of your favorites? Hey, that's what we like to hear. We love to hear when a story that we're working on resonates with people. How Vegeta had a younger brother when his planet blew up when he was a kid. Vegeta was about 10 years old when Planet Vegeta exploded. Vegeta was not a newborn when Planet Vegeta was exploded. He wasn't even like 3 years old. He was crawling up on 10 years old when Planet Vegeta was knocked out. Go. All right, chat. Super duper quick. I'm gonna take a really quick break. I need to go grab myself a bottle of water and use the restroom. Yeah, plus didn't King Vegeta send Harble away because he was weak? Yep, because he was weak and he had little aptitude for fighting. That's why he got sent away. But let me run to the restroom really quick. When I come back, we're going to finish shading Kakarot's hair. Then we got to put on our secondary shading and highlight layer, and then this one will be done. So don't go anywhere, lovelies. We'll be right back. All right, chat. We're back. All right. Get Kakarot's hair. Anime Kingdom, hello. Welcome in, welcome in. Getting close, chat. We're getting it. Be too much longer and then this one will be done. There we go. It looks like all of the pertinent initial shading areas to do. Doing another soft light layer. This one is going to be the deeper shades, and then deeper shades and highlights. Ooh, wait, we got one more up here that I forgot. Ooh, there we go. Here we go. Well, random dude, I am not Masako. I am just Masako's artist. I do not write the stories, I just am the one who does the illustrations for them. Sorry about that. What if Cooler was Frieza's younger brother, and instead of cold saving Frieza, he just has Cooler? I'm not exactly sure how that would alter the story. I'm sure it would. But this is why I leave the writing portions and stuff up to Masako. Because, like, I've gone into why, you know, how I think a version of Cooler could work. Oh. You think Tambourine could have turned good if he survived? I don't think any of King Piccolo's children would have turned good. That wasn't really in the cards for them. They were, you know, they were demon spawn, basically. They were bred from and came directly from evil. Yeah, basically. There's more to the story than just, oh, he just trains for 40 years to take down Frieza. That's just the basic premise of it. Oh. You think the Saiyan Civil War would have happened if the Frieza Force were a fully neutral faction? Well, the Saiyan Civil War happened before Frieza. The Saiyan Civil War is what drove the Saiyans off of planet Sadala. Deep shades colored in. Do you think Cooler and his squad coming to Earth with King Cold, and if Nappa and Rat had survived, which side do you think would have won? Well, I mean, just basing it from a storytelling standpoint, the side on Earth is going to win regardless. Well, you would think that, but you also have to understand that the Saiyans are basically a very hierarchical society. They might be getting fed up with it, but they come up in a society that's based around the power of the individual, you know? If you are weaker than the individual, then you don't have any right to, like, say anything to them, basically. That's why for all their bluster and everything about Frieza, they still did what he said because Frieza was just stronger than they were. He was stronger than their king, so they listened to him. And plus, in addition to that, the Saiyans liked the way they lived. Like, if we're just being totally honest, the Saiyans liked doing what they were doing. Because even if you're a low-class warrior or whatever, and you're basically just fodder or whatever, they still have a place for you in the army. They have need for cooks, they have need for pilots, they have need for medical personnel and everything. They didn't just throw all the weak fighters on the front lines. You know, because if it had been before the Frieza Force, a character like Gine, with as weak as she was, she would have been just thrown to the front lines repeatedly until she was killed. But instead, because she was so weak and she really didn't benefit the army all that much, they gave her something else to do. But when the Saiyans were basically nomads, they were warmongering nomads, she wouldn't have made it. Do you think that if King Vegeta had changed like regular Vegeta, he could have been as strong as him? I don't know. Because Saiyan... People have to understand something. Goku, Vegeta, and them are rarities They are outliers. They are not the rule of Saiyans. They are exceptions. They are massive exceptions to the rule. Most Saiyans have a strict amount of potential, and that's all they get. Look at Paragus as a really good example. Paragus was stranded on Vanpa with Broly for decades. And Broly was massively stronger than him. But despite all that time training and sparring with Broly and living on that planet, he only had a power level of 4,000. Not every Saiyan is going to be a Goku, Vegeta, Gohan, Trunks level Saiyan. They're just not. That's just the way it is. Which is why, like, I roll my eyes whenever I see a bunch of these fanfics where this whole battalion of Saiyans escapes or whatever, and they all are like Super Saiyan 3, Super Saiyan 4, and stuff like that. That's just not the way it works. Not every Saiyan is Goku or Vegeta. All right, Kurok. Thank you for coming out, friend. Another good example is Nappa. Nappa is actually considered was actually considered very old by Saiyan standards by the time he was killed on Earth. Very old. And even then, he only had a power level of around like 5,000. Yeah, he was like in his 50s. He had seen decades and decades and decades of fighting. There hadn't been a Super Saiyan in 1,000 years, and now just every Saiyan is gonna be a Super Saiyan? No. Just doesn't work that way. All right. Now that we got that, now we can add a small highlight layer. Yeah, I've talked about it before, but people have this idea that just because Goku and Vegeta are at the level that they're at now, that everybody is capable of doing that. That all Saiyans are capable of doing that, and they're not. So, like, Goku had to fulfill a 1,000-year-old alien prophecy to become a Super Saiyan. Gohan was an exceptional mutant. Vegeta, by all accounts, was a prodigy. He was a Saiyan prodigy. Besides Broly, he was the strongest Saiyan baby to have ever been born. But he's different. There are lots of extenuating chosen one circumstances as to why Goku, Vegeta, and the rest of those guys all reach the levels that they do and other Saiyans don't. You know, I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but a whole battalion of Frieza Force level Saiyans, they're not going to become Super Saiyans because they're not going through what Goku and Vegeta are going through. They are still, by all accounts, evil at their core and don't experience the immense emotional traumas and stuff needed to become Super Saiyans. I don't think Raditz has the potential. Nappa definitely didn't. Bardock, probably not. Bardock had a little bit, but I still don't think so. King Vegeta, no. Bardock Squad, no. Paragus, no. Paragus is just a perfect example. It didn't matter. Like I said, he was training with the other strongest Saiyan in the universe for years. He'd been training with Broly for years and still only had a power level of 4,000. Gine? Gine is another example. Just because she's kind-hearted doesn't mean that she has the potential to be the next Super Saiyan or whatever, you know? It's just the way that it worked out, you know? Gine, by all accounts, is kind-hearted and actually didn't like fighting. She was low class. She didn't really put a whole lot into her training and stuff like that, so Gine becoming a Super Saiyan, I don't see it. Because, like, I've talked about it before, and I make mention of it. There is, Dragon Ball Super Broly basically gave us a baseline for the entirety of power levels when it comes to the universe. Gine and the rest of those, they are not the grand exceptions. They are the rule more than they are the exception. Goku, Vegeta, you know, people like Goku, Vegeta, Frieza, Zarbon, Dodoria, the Ginyus, they're all the exceptions. Not everybody gets to be an exception. And like Goku, if Goku didn't have to go and train with Kami, if he didn't have to go and train with Kaioshin, or with Kaiosama, if he didn't do all of that, Goku would still have a power level under 1,000. Goku had to train with gods in order to break his limits. I mean, look at it that way. Goku had to train with gods in order to break through the limits that he had. Like, even Kaiosama said that 8 months of training with him is the equivalent to a few thousand years of training on Earth. Let's see. I think that's about it for this one, chat. I think we did good on this one. But yeah, if you're asking me for my honest opinion on the Saiyans who have the same potential as Goku and Vegeta from the height of the Saiyan Empire, none of them. None of them. Goku, Vegeta, and Broly. That's it. The rest of them are stuck in the rule part, whereas Goku, Vegeta, and Broly are the exceptions. Oh, thank you, Angel. send this over to Masako, see what he thinks. Hey, like that one. All right, got that one. Do you think Nappa, Raditz, and them could have been stronger than the humans like Ten Shinhan, Krillin, and Yamcha? Honestly, Angel, I don't think so. And it's just a matter of, like, their particular character and the way that they were. Just because they were low-class Saiyans doesn't mean they all have the same potential Goku does. Do I think Nappa, Raditz... so here's my thing. Again, Nappa is, like, nearing the age where he's going to start rapidly aging. He only has, like, a decade or two left in him before his body starts to rapidly age. And his power level's only, like, around, like, 5,000. He's been in constant battles for 50 years. And he's only got a power level of about 5,000. 5,000 is exceptional if you look at the universal averages. 5,000's amazing. Heck, even 1,200, Raditz's power level. He's, at that point, he is above the universal average. So he, like, Raditz, even to an extent, is an exception. Because he exceeds the universal average. But, like, to think that, like Nappa, Raditz, Bardock, Paragus, and them are gonna get to, like, the levels of the Ginyus, I don't think so. Again, look at Paragus. Paragus is already starting to age, so he was already gonna start getting weaker. Even if he had survived. He's not gonna get much stronger. He trained with Broly for decades, for like 30 or 40 years. He was training with Broly. And having to fight off those giant spiders and stuff for all that time. And he only had a power level of like 4,500 or something like that. Not every Saiyan can get to that level. It's just not gonna happen. Alright. We got that done. Now it's time to move on to this one. Because we are slowly burning our daylight. Oh, thank you, James. Hold on a second, chat. Go. Yeah, so here, I can actually bring this up really quick. So I've talked about the, like, universal average before. Here we go. So, I've talked about this before, and basically Dragon Ball Super Broly and looking through the manga has brought me to this is the conclusion. So this is how power levels basically function for the entirety of basic, it's probably different universe to universe, but for Universe 7, this is how it operates. 1 to 1,000, so power level 1 to 1,000, that's the universal average for every race. Almost every race in the universe and all people in the universe fall into that category. That's approximately 99.9% of all life in the universe. Has a power level of between 1 and 1,000. From like 1,000 and from 1,000 to 5,000 is very rare. Even a lot of Frieza Force members don't fall into that category. A Saiyan with a power level of 2,000 was considered impressive even by Frieza. 5,000 to 10,000 is exceptionally rare. Beings in that category come along hardly at all. And in the Frieza Force, they tend to fall into the elite and super elite category. 10,000 plus is almost non-existent. Those are once-in-a-lifetime members of races and exceptional mutations like Zarbon, Dodoria, the Ginyus, Frieza, and the Saiyans that we mentioned, Broly, Vegeta, and Goku. They are very, very exceptional, but that's basically the way power levels operate in Dragon Ball. Bardock didn't have a power level of 10,000. That is something from the anime, the TV special. We actually never find out what Bardock's actual power level is. This is why I usually don't go by, like, anime statistics and stuff. And the only reason I know that, like, I have, like, the universal averages and what I use that for is because that was actually written by Toriyama. Yeah. Anime Kingdom brings up a good point. Goku was born with like a power level of 2 and got to where he's at in the same amount of time that Paragus and Nappa have been alive. All right, chat. We got to get the ball rolling on this one. Because if I don't, this is another night of having to do Dragon Ball New Age off stream, and I really don't have the time to do that. No! Actually, Alex, eventually, Saiyans stop getting Zenkai boosts. The Zenkai doesn't last forever. Do you think Zarbon, Dodoria, and the Ginyus could have reached the realm of the gods if they trained the same way? I don't think they could have. I mean, like, if they were doing the same training, if they're training under gods, then anything is possible. But if they were just training to train, probably not. how much stronger do you think Piccolo could have been if he had fused with the Elder Namek? Well, the Elder Namek wasn't really physically powerful. He was a healer. He was basically just a giant Dende, basically. So I don't know if it would have done a whole lot for him. But I mean, then again, like the Saiyans from Universe 6, they basically fused their entire race into 2 warriors, and they were pretty strong. Yeah, Goku's Zenkai was absolutely ridiculous. Because if you gotta think, look at it this way. Goku went from having a power level of 90,000, right? He went from having a power level of 90,000 to, like, over 2 million. Yeah, like 2 to 3 million. And, like, it's even mentioned in the manga while Goku is training on his way to Namek that he's already, at that point, he had already exceeded what Saiyans were supposed to be capable of. Yes, Goku's Zenkai is called Plot. But yeah, it's mentioned that eventually Saiyan Zenkais, they just stop getting them after a while. They'll eventually reach a point where they just don't get Zenkai boosts anymore. Yeah, like Goku abused the heck out of his Zenkais when he was training because he worked himself, he basically trained himself to the point of near death and then would heal using the Senzu beans. So it wasn't entirely training as to why he got that strong prior to arriving on Namek. He got that way because he abused the crap out of his Zenkais. No, I don't think Yajirobe had more potential than any other human. I think Yamcha, Krillin, and Ten Shinhan are grand exceptions. Like, they are... Yamcha, Krillin, and Ten Shinhan are basically like the Ginyus of the human race. They are the massive exceptions in the human race. And Oob is an even bigger exception because, like, basically the god of the dead pulled strings to reincarnate Kid Buu as a human. Yeah, like, basically what happened with Oob is that Enma, or King Yemma, depending on which name you like to use, I always use Enma. He basically put Kid Buu's purification to the front of the line and basically speed scrubbed his soul and reincarnated him the same day that Kid Buu was killed. Yeah, Oob is a vast exception. Basically a chosen one within humans? Yes. Enma was basically just like, you know what? We're gonna scrub all of the evil and stuff out of this. We're gonna do the quick evil purge on this thing. Move all of it out, and then immediately put him into a different body. That was basically all they did, was they scrubbed the evil out of his soul and reincarnated the rest of him back into a human body. He'll be the only human who could reach Ultra Instinct in canon, probably. Didn't Roshi get UI in the tournament power? No, he basically was able to do something that's similar to Ultra Instinct, but it's not true Ultra Instinct. And that was just in the manga. And people ripped it apart. Yeah, Roshi got lucky. You don't think we see past End of Z in Dragon Ball Super? Well, we're reaching that point. Dragon Ball Super Superhero takes place... I'm not mistaken, I think they said it takes place a month before the end of Z. We're getting to that point, and as soon as they move past that point, the series will be much, much better off. Now, fortunately, both Goku and Vegeta have the same color outfits, so that's going to make coloring this a lot easier. I also don't have to draw Goku with a aura around him, so I can do more traditional shading with him this time. Let's find out. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let's see. So, Dragon Ball Super, according to the Wikia timeline, which isn't always the most reliable, Superhero takes place sometime between 782 and 783, and the end of Z takes place in 784. So it's either a month, it's either 2 or 1 year prior to the end of Z. Again, it's always not the most reliable. He must be grade 4 because Masako keeps telling me that he's in it. He seems to stay in Super Saiyan now. I just want them to move past the end of Z because I'm sick of them. Like, I cannot suspend my disbelief that all this stuff happened in this short little time span. And plus, if you go past the end of Z, you don't have to keep resetting everything back to square one. You can move past everything. And you can have more consequences. Because as things stand right now, because they said outright they're not rewriting the end of Z. They've said that before. So, if they go past, like, as long as they stay in this 10-year time gap, everything has to be the status quo by the end of each story. You know? So everything has to be the way it is at end of Z when every single If Super happened directly after Boo, we have 10 years of time to add stuff. Yeah, it's a 10-year time gap, but not everything happened. Like, if you go by the Battle of Gods movie, that happened exactly 5 years, so it's a 5-year gap. It happened 5 years after the defeat of Boo. But they've screwed up their timeline and stuff a lot. So who's to say when it took place? But the gap in time that they keep doing is getting shorter and shorter and shorter, so eventually they have to go past it. Yeah, if Battle of Gods had taken place... Wait, it did? Didn't they say only a few months have happened between Z and Super? Yeah, but it messes the entire timeline up if you do it that way. If it's that way, Pan should be about almost 10 years old by the time End of Z happens, but she's only 4. So if you have the entire 10-year time gap, you can do a lot more. But because they're trying to put all of this stuff in between, and they're showing the birth of Pan, they're showing the birth of Bra. Because they're doing all this stuff, the amount of time they have is drastically shorter. Yeah, she's only supposed to be like 9 or 10 years old in GT. You feel that the Jerku timeline Vegeta is by far the most broken man Vegeta we've got from Masako? Would be. But yeah, it's exactly all this wacky timeline nonsense why I basically said when it comes to Dragon Ball New Age, I will accept the characters, you know, the original characters and stuff that get introduced. I can accept the universes, but past Battle of Gods, I accept no events from Dragon Ball Super. go. Yeah, I think this one will go a lot quicker with the coloring. Since I don't have to... One, I don't have to search for the different colors. I just need to get their skin tones and stuff. That's about the only thing that's different. Everything else about them is going to be the same. I'm already at like the 3-hour mark. How is Yamcha blocking a kick from Super Saiyan Goku? I was just told that Yamcha is training with Goku. And when I asked if he was in base or Super Saiyan, because I was asking the same question, I'm like, if he's fighting Super Saiyan Goku... Is this what if Goku had beaten Roshi? Yes. Alright. I got that. I need a picture of Yardrat Goku. Let's see. Oh. Ooh. I couldn't tell you. I just know that like it's always I've always been referred to basically we either call him Jerku or Stubbleku. I think it's just a way to, you know, help differentiate him more. Yeah, he like keeps it short basically. Wrong one. When you draw a manga that takes place during the night, how do I illustrate it? I will typically illustrate it normally, and then what I will do, I can show you with this blue here. What I'll do is put a small outline across all of like the characters and backgrounds and stuff that don't blend in. And like for the sky, I just color it black and put stars and stuff in it. Maybe the occasional clouds and stuff. That's basically all I do. Like, here, Isabella, maybe I might be able to pull up an example for you. Hold on. Yeah, here's a good example. So, like, in this case, the sky is all black, and I just leave all this stuff uncolored. But if you want to go further, you can, like, add, like, a gray tone over it. Another thing that I do, let's see. Bound to have another one that's in. Ah, here's a good one. Here's a good one. Or, wait a minute. Is it in the Crimson version? Might be in the Crimson. Yeah, here you go. Another way you can do night is by using screen tones to give everything like a gray color and just keep everything else like white. Again, we're just trying to do as much as you can with as little as possible. This is what if, this is the what if Goku had beaten Master Roshi. missed that. The Raditz and Goku one is the one if Raditz had gone to Earth instead of Goku. If you're inside a house and you don't see the sky, in that case, like if it's supposed to just be like the dark interior of a house, I put a screen tone over the entire image. Do I think Mutaito had the same potential as the main humans? Mutaito was ancient. He was old by the time he died. If he hadn't gotten any stronger than that. And he was legendary. Mutaito was legendary by all accounts. Excuse me. Pardon me. Yeah, Mutaito was a legendary martial arts master. He had some mastery of ki. Not to the extent that Saiyans and stuff do. I mean, heck, there's members of the Frieza Force who have power levels close to 1,000 and still can't use ki. That's why they use blasters. Heck, Goten was a Super Saiyan and didn't know how to fly. Yeah, I just had some water go down the wrong pipe, Toma. This one, yeah, I guess that's. I want it to be like a darker, more muted blue. There we go. That's the. Yeah, just had some water go down the wrong pipe. I will be okay. Oh, the 23rd Tenkaichi Budokai is one of my favorite arcs of all time. It's one of my top. One of my top arcs of all time. Love that arc. So, other than Saiyans, humans, Namekians, Ceruleans, and Frieza's race, who has the most potential? I mean, you're narrowing it down. There's not a whole lot of races left after that. At least the ones that we know about. This is one reason why, with Dragon Ball New Age, when I was trying to come up with new characters, I did, besides like Rigor, I went with races that didn't exist anymore, or that don't exist normally. I instead went with races that I created personally, because then I don't have to just, you know, I could say, well, these are the exceptional races of that race, the exceptional ones of that race. Like, let's see. Because, like, out of the ones that you're listing, the Saiyans have the most potential. Frieza is an outlier of his race. He was recorded to be the strongest of his race. He's a prodigy. Which is why, you know, he trains for 2 or 3 months or whatever and goes from Namek level to the level he was at to fight a god Goku. So, you know, out of those ones, race-wise, the Saiyans have the most potential. But even again, it's just certain members of the Saiyan race. It's not the race as a whole. Not every race has the potential to be God Slayers. The King Piccolo and 23rd are your favorites, along with the Android Saga and Universe 6 Saga. Mine are the King Piccolo, well, the Tenshinhan, King Piccolo, 23rd Budokai, and the Saiyan arc. Those are my top. Picture of Yamcha. Yeah, there's Yamcha right here. And there he is. about that that particular skin tone. Oh, it's because there's a gold hue all around. All right. There we go. There we go. That's what I was... A multiversal cooperation thing after End of Z, making it before would be ridiculous. A multiverse collaboration? I mean, that's basically what the Tournament of Power was. I mean, it's also basically what Dragon Ball Superhero is. Or not Superhero, Super Dragon Ball Heroes is. Multiverse and timeline cooperation. My issue with, like, what happened early on in Super is that they should have just entirely skipped over the movies. They weren't going to do the movies any better. Like, if you were going to do the movies better, okay, then I can see recovering the movies. But the fact is that they didn't add anything of significance to the movies with the arcs that they did, so they should have just skipped over them. I gotta be honest, I don't really think about God of Destruction candidates a lot. If I'm being honest, you'd basically have to put me on the spot and I'd have to think about it. Because I honestly don't think of, you know, oh, well, this person should be the God of Destruction, or this person should be the God of... I don't think that. Yeah, if they had started with the Universe 6 arc, I think they probably would have gotten off to a better foot. It would have gotten off on a better foot. But, you know, such is the world we live in. Beerus won't be replaced anytime soon? I hope not. But yeah, I really don't think about, like, potential, like, candidates for God of Destruction, because I like the ones we have. Alright, now we can start adding... the shading. And this one, we're just gonna go regular top-down shading. Nothing super extravagant. Cause like I see like videos and stuff all the time of like what, you know, people basically having opinion pieces on, you know, why Broly will be the next God of Destruction, all this stuff. I'm like, bruh, stop, please. Do I think Ten Shinhan could have kept up with Goku if he had done all that? Possibly. That's something that I frankly wanted to touch on in Dragon Ball New Age, is that, you know, Ten Shinhan kind of felt left behind, and, like, that he could have contributed more had he, like, basically had the same opportunities that Goku did. But at some point, you know, even Ten Shinhan realized that, like, you know, Saiyan genetics are just busted. His hard work would only take him so far, you know, and then Saiyan genetics would pick up the rest of the tab. But he never used that as an excuse, you know? He always was still trying to train and better himself. Yeah, I personally don't think Broly will become the God of Destruction. That doesn't stop people from saying, oh, he's the perfect candidate. He'll be the insane Broly. They'll turn him into Z Broly to make sure that he's like he's got the proper mindset. I'm like, bro, why do you want to turn Broly into like the lesser version of himself? Oh, I love Ten Shinhan in OG Dragon Ball. One of my favorite antagonists of all time. He has the what do you call it? He has a very good, like, martial arts movie arc that he's going through, where he's the rival student, you know, who has been trained his whole life to think one particular way about, you know, the other school, and then when he finally meets the members of the other school, his expectation of what they are is completely different than what he's been told his entire life. It throws his whole worldview into chaos. And he starts, you know, listening to the quote-unquote good school and starts thinking the way they think. No, Ten Shinhan in the later parts of Z was very, very, like, underutilized and pushed to basically be a joke. But in the early part of Z, particularly the Saiyan arc, Ten Shinhan was a beast. That was the last time he was, like, super threatening. He was threatening enough that Nappa... He's one of the only people that Nappa fought single-handedly. Every other person teamed up on him. But Ten Shinhan, he went after Nappa single-handedly. Just he was overmatched. I Will Die on the Hill, the Saiyan arc, peak Dragon Ball. That's the last time the humans were very, very relevantly, were very, very relevant. Because, I've said it before, I was a new fan. I was a new fan when the Saiyan arc was still in reruns. And You know who I thought was were the coolest kids in school when I first got into Dragon Ball? Tenshinhan and Yamcha. Tenshinhan and Yamcha were the people I thought were the coolest. No. I still love Yamcha. Hey, I like Yamcha too. Not necessarily love him, but I still like Yamcha. It bums me out that he's just basically treated like a joke. I wish the human characters were treated with a little bit more gravitas, you know, and a little bit more respect like they used to be. Well, again, that's a symptom of everything coming down to, like, sci-fi and transformations. Once you introduced transformations, that basically spelled the end for the humans. Because then, at that point, it didn't matter how hard they trained, it didn't matter how hard they tried. They just couldn't beat inherent genetics. And again, this is why I say the Saiyan arc is peak Dragon Ball. Because at that point, humans were still relevant, techniques and fighting styles were all still relevant, and it hadn't been, well, my transformation beats your transformation yet. That is my hill. I will die on it. Well, because Toriyama didn't write it like that. Toriyama wrote the humans in Dragon Ball to be basically representations of, like, the old martial arts movies and stuff that he had watched. And they didn't transform in movies like that. So it doesn't have anything to do with him being lazy, it's just not the way the humans work in his series. It's one of the things that helps his series stand out from every other anime. Just like you said, in a lot of other animes, humans do this. Well, in Dragon Ball, they don't. I mean, I gotta be honest. It's like I said, when I first got into Dragon Ball, I thought the human characters were still the coolest. It's just the way that Dragon Ball has since evolved. They're just not relevant anymore. It's power creep. It's just like with Yu-Gi-Oh! It's like with Yu-Gi-Oh! Or any other card game. The old stuff that you grew up with, that you think is like the coolest stuff, it gets crept out of the game. It'll get power crept out of the game. And it was the same thing with the humans in Dragon Ball. They were relevant. They had a point to themselves. But then the meta of the series changed. The humans were still part of the old, like, fusion and tribute summon era, whereas transformations were part of, like, the synchro and Xyz era. You know, it's something that I tend to learn very frequently, like when I'm playing Yu-Gi-Oh! On my community days. I have a bunch of decks from like 6 years ago that I used to play that used to be really, really strong. They're all basically power crept out of the game. None of them are as strong as they used to be anymore. And again, that just happens to be what happened to the humans in Dragon Ball. I still think Ten Shin Han is cool. The character doesn't have to be a god slayer in order to be cool. Oh, there's a lot of pop culture references in Dragon Ball, David. Lots of pop culture stuff. Toriyama was very, very famous for including things like that. He loved to make reference to the movies and stuff that he enjoyed watching while he was working on manga. Heck, the android arc the cyborg arc wasn't even the first time he referenced the Terminator. The first time he did it was Major Metallitron during the original Red Ribbon Army arc. He was basically designed to be Arnold Schwarzenegger. got the initial shade layer done. Do the secondary one. Oh, Ruby, welcome back. Yes, sir. That's kind of what we do around here. No, this is a continuation of the what if Goku had beaten Master Roshi storyline. Yeah, Saiyans is an original English dubism that has stuck with the community for a long, long time. And it is so ingrained to the fandom that people say you say it wrong if you say it Saiyan or Saiyajin. So ingrained is that dubism into the community that if you say the name right, people will say you say it wrong. It's just like the it's over 9,000 thing. Another dubism. If you tell somebody it's actually supposed to be it's over 8,000, they'll be like, no, you're wrong. Yeah, the early dubisms for a lot of the different countries, when it came to Dragon Ball, did a lot of damage that still hasn't been fixed. There's a lot of issues with the Dragon Ball, like, the various fandoms of Dragon Ball, that all would have been fixed had they had just kept the, kept the dubisms out. A lot of misconceptions and misinformation that could have been avoided had they just not changed anything. That's what happens. I mean, that was just the par for the course, because they did it because they saw how 4Kids had basically made a fluff ton of profit off of, what do you call it? Off the Yu-Gi-Oh anime and all the changes and stuff they had done to it. So they were like, oh, well, we can do the same thing. We'll localize it for an American audience instead of, teaching them about this other thing, the way it's supposed to be read. We'll localize it so that little Timmy doesn't, question us what a rice ball is. It was a different time. All right, Anime Kingdom, thank you. Thank you for coming out, friendo. I hope to see you again soon. Always welcome, always welcome. Oh. There we go. Ugh. Here we go. scan this over. Oop. Right. Blink. Herculean. All right. Moss is off. Probably sleeping by now. The way drawing looks great. Thank you. Yeah, I think it looks pretty good. Both of these, I think, came out pretty good. In this one, they look like they're about to drop, like, the hardest mixtape of 2022. All right. Dang, we're almost at 4 hours. And I have no pages sketched up. Let me open up my script really quick and see what, where I was at so far. All right, so basically what I'm gonna do, he's huffing and puffing. I think I can do some quick sketches. Quick. I'll probably do some quick sketches. Dio Stop Motions! Hello! Welcome in! Alright. Do some quick sketches just so that I could get some, I could feel like I got something done on that front. All material. All right, Alex, thank you for coming by. Thank you. You gotta go too, Toma? All right, thank you. Thank you for coming by. We're gonna get these 2 pages sketched up and then we're probably gonna call it a day. Very, very quick sketches. Perfect. Here's what we're doing. transform this really quick. Stretch it out. There. There we go. Hey, do his jawline here. We're gonna free transform this. There we go. I was a fan of Dragon Ball Multiverse until I wasn't, basically. Yeah, I'm kind of right there with you. It's not really my cup of tea anymore. For me, I kind of fell off the wagon on that one, right around the time of the Vegito Broly fight. That was about the last time I really paid any serious attention to it. Well, I couldn't tell you, and like I saw like a lot of like overwhelming backlash to what was like happening with Bra in the storyline. But I personally wasn't reading it at that point, so I honestly can't tell you anything that's happening in Super, or not Super, in Multiverse. Oh, I'm not saying it doesn't have a story. All I'm saying is it feels like the story for Multiverse took a back seat to all of the battles. It became less and less about the story of Multiverse and more, oh, look at all these what-if battles that you wish happened that we're gonna make happen. I need a reference point for what I'm about to do next. See if I can find... Oh yeah, this one will... Again, these are just really, really quick transcript sketches just so that I can get an idea of what I want for the page. We're going to shrink this a little bit. Put it up. No. I will catch up with chat as soon as I finish doing this panel. I'm just trying to breeze through this at the moment. Oh. There's that. Hello, Tom. How are you? Have I played any of the Dragon Ball games? I've played a lot of them. My sketching is flawless? No, I think my sketching is, I think that's like the definition of sketching, is that it's all flawed. It's flawed just so that you can get a general idea of what you're going to be doing with your page, and then you can refine and do all the details and stuff later. You're on sleeping pills but can't sleep? Oh, I know that feeling. I took melatonin last night, and like usually melatonin, especially since I haven't taken it in a long time, usually melatonin puts me right out. Man, it didn't work for crap last night. I'm gonna try it again tonight and see if I do a little bit better. Oh, we'll save this. Yeah, this was the page that I had done for last week. This was the final page. And then he goes from breathing really hard to screaming. That's going to charge up. I don't know anything about that. I am completely straight edge, so I've never taken anything like that. Let's see. This one, we're gonna do a cutoff halfway through. There we go. Just like that. Work. Now, if you're curious about, like, word bubbles and stuff, I will add that stuff as I go. When I can find, like, more... Well, one, when I have a bit more time, and two, when I find a more optimal position to put them in, I will add them as, like, basically in post. Probably, like... meh... The name Rigger is supposed to be the pun of a vegetable? It is, as a matter of fact. Melatonin isn't a drug. Melatonin is a naturally produced chemical. It's the chemical that your body produces in order to make you fall asleep. That's why, like, you can take melatonin and it's non-habit forming. You can't get addicted to it. It's not like caffeine and stuff where you can get addicted to, like, caffeine or... You know, I basically stay away from, like, drugs, like, you know, I'd stay away from drugs and alcohol. And then, let's see. But yeah, so Rigger and his entire family are named after peppers. Rigger, in particular, is named after the Rio Grande pepper. So it's like, you got... Rio Grande. If you just take these letters here and rearrange them, you get Rigger. Wrong thing. But yeah, he's named after the Rio Grande pepper. His mother is her name is literally Pepra, which is just a pun of pepper. His children are all named after different strains of peppers. The only one that's not named after a pepper is Sapari. You love the purple on purple everything? Ah, I do too. Purple is my jam. Oh. Couple seconds. Stand up this wood a little bit. Gotta have more forehead. More forehead! More forehead! There we go. There we go. Firecraft, hello! Sorry, I was really quiet there for a second. I'm just trying to get through this. I'm trying to get our pages for this week sketched up. There we go. So, Gogeta gets knocked down, skids across the ground, Rigger lands, starts breathing, and he takes a big deep breath and he screams. Gogeta starts charging the Kamehameha. And Rigger braces himself And then in the next one, we're going to show Gogeta firing it off. But that is the 4-hour mark for us, lovely. Is our 4-hour mark. Let me make sure that the save on this took. Yes. Ah, well, this is the lounge. This is my jazz art fusion establishment, the Tentacle Lounge. You always have nice, good, comfy lounge music going on in here. Alrighty. Lovelies, and that's where we're going to call it for the evening. 4 hours is my typical cutoff point. I need to do a couple of other things, and I will be finishing these up off stream. But I thank you guys for coming out and hanging out with me while we finished up the important part of the work, which is the thumbnails for What If. So the new pages will be up on Wednesday, and then we will be taking a break for Dragon Ball New Age until November 9th. Will be the next time new pages get released. And again, remember, next week is our 1-year streamiversary, so we've got a bunch of fun stuff going on for then, and then the week after that is Halloween. And we've got extra streams going on over here during Halloween. But until such a time, I am off until Friday. I will see you guys back over on Twitch on Friday for HellTubers. And I will release my updated schedule for the week in a little bit. So, you guys have a wonderful rest of the morning, afternoon, evening, wherever you happen to be in the world. That is sadly closing time. I have been Malik Torihane. That has been the lovely Walla-chan. This has been the Tentacle Lounge. And I will see all of my lovely loungers again next time.